All right, good morning. I'm going to call this meeting to order, and then I'm going to recess us so that we can go into our respective caucuses. Hopefully, we'll be back shortly. All right, thank you. Okay, good afternoon and welcome back. We are going to get underway for this committee meeting for today, Tuesday the 6th. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to go right into, unless there are any remarks, I don't see any. I'm going to go right into Roman number 3 on the agenda, which is bills for consideration from the House and Senate. I'm going to begin right with Senate Bill number 1. It's an act increasing resources for students, schools, and special education. Is there a motion? Yes. Moved by Senator Fletcher, seconded by Representative Bazzino. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. I was intrigued by the title of this bill. It's clearly important to Senate majority as it's Senate Bill number 1. I was lucky enough this year to serve as the ranking senator on the Select Committee on Special Education. We worked real hard, especially our co-chairs, Sujata Gadkar-Wilcox and Mariam Khan, the co-chairs, as well as myself and Tina Corpus, the House ranking member, as well as all the members of that committee. We actually went around the state for hearings. So there is a bill that got out of the Select Committee on Special Education last week regarding many of these matters regarding special education and funding and reforms. That is now going to, I think, both the Senate and House floors to be then further referred to the Education Committee. I don't know if they're in competition. The problem I have with supporting this bill that's before us today, and I know it's not within our area of cognizance, but I just want to flag it, is that it's my understanding that the funding mechanism anticipated in this bill would break the guardrails that we have for our various spending, bonding, volatility caps. And I can't support a bill at this time, probably, or this session, that break those guardrails. So for that reason, Mr. Chair, I'll be voting no. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if I can just confirm, the reason why the bill is before us, and I may be incorrect, is because of Section 55, which has to do with the probate court. Is my understanding correct for you?
To you, Representative Fishbone, I believe that is correct. The probate court and the truancy clinics, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further comment or question from members of the committee? Further comment or question? If there are none, Madam Administrator, when you are ready, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 1 to JF it to the floor. Winfield.
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom. Flexer.
Yes.
Gadkar-Wilcox. Bazzino.
Yes.
Kissel.
No.
Fishbein.
No.
Blumenthal. Brown. Cabrera. Callahan.
Callahan, no.
Chicarella. DiCaprio.
Caprio, no.
Delaney.
Delaney, yes.
Dillon. Doucette.
Doucette, yes.
Dubitsky.
No.
Elliott. Gaston. Gilchrist. Godfrey.
Godfrey votes yes. Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Howard.
Howard votes no.
Jacobson. Johnson.
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Khan. Lamarck Muir.
Yes.
Lesser.
Yes.
Marr.
Yes.
Miller. O'Day.
No.
Osborne.
Osborne votes yes out of committee.
Havelock Tomato.
Havelock Tomato votes no.
Perillo. Quinn. Rahman. Roberts. Retigliano. Sims.
Sims in the affirmative.
Veach.
Beach votes no.
Walker. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. We'll determine later how long we hold the votes open, but there will be some period of time likely. Okay, we're on item number 2, Senate Bill number 2, an act concerning artificial intelligence. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Fluxer, seconded by Representative Pazino. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. I actually had an opportunity to review this bill in the General Law Committee, where I'm a rank and file member. We have an incredible ranking member, Senator Ciccarella, who's on our committee here as well. I voted no in that committee, but I have the utmost respect for Senator Maroney, who's been working really, really hard on this. But we had testimony from Commissioner O'Keefe of the Department of Economic and Community Development on behalf of Governor Lamont, and he expressed strong reservations regarding this initiative. They have concerns about causing businesses to shy away from establishing in Connecticut regarding artificial intelligence. We know that the Trump administration, as well as other economic engines, are really prioritizing artificial intelligence for a private sector investment. I've actually had an opportunity to speak recently with the president of the University of Connecticut as well, that has a strong interest as an incubator flagship university for matters such as this. And so until there's a meeting of the minds regarding the majority party, minority party, and the administration regarding where we go as a state, regarding this burgeoning new area that's just going to dramatically, in my humble opinion, change our economy and almost be as large as the Industrial Revolution. I can't support this because I don't want us to miss an opportunity that will probably come by once in a lifetime. So for that reason, at this time, I'll be voting no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you. And I align my comments with Senator Kissel, but I did want to just recognize the hard work from Senator Maroney, who is on top of this, very passionate about it. And I do understand the good intentions, and I know it is still being worked out, and there's some details and things that may change. But we do have some concerns that Senator Kissel mentioned, and at this time, I'm also going to be a no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a question on the referral to us. Is that regarding the referral to or notice requirements to the AG? Or is there any, what are the reasons why it's before us through you?
It is my understanding, Representative, that there are some fines in sections 1 through 10. There is Attorney General enforcement specifically in section 10 and section 28. There's the deep fake crime, unlawful dissemination of an intimate image. Though that is my understanding as to why the bill makes its way to this committee.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You are welcome. Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I join my colleagues who are on the General Law Committee in having reviewed this bill previously and acknowledging and commending Senator Maroney for his very hard work on this bill and this, burgeoning topic. I'm mindful of this committee's cognizance and specifically with respect to those issues that this committee has cognizance over. And while this is a work in progress, this entire field is a work in progress. So I will be voting this out of committee, and specifically because of the fact that it is a work in progress, because we're still discovering so much, and because those issues that this committee has cognizance over are completely unobjectionable. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I guess in some ways in alignment with your comment, I think we all recognize the very hard work of Senator Maroney and know that there are conversations still going on. I think this topic is important enough that the bill should have the life that it could have should we vote it out of this committee, so that the governor, Senator Maroney, and all parties involved can continue to make the efforts they're trying to make to see where we wind up at the end of this session. Are there further comments, questions from members of the committee? Further comments or questions? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, when you're ready, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 2 to JF to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield, any affirmative?
Staffstrom, Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox,
Senator Gadkar Wilcox, yes.
Pazino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, no.
Ciccarella, DiCaprio,
Caprio, no.
Delaney,
Delaney resoundingly votes yes.
Dylan,
Dylan, yes.
Doucette,
Doucette, yes.
Ubitsky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Howard, Jacobson,
Sorry, Howard, no.
thank you.
Thank-
Jacobson, Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Senator Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne,
Osborne votes yes.
Pavlock D'Amato,
Pavlock D'Amato votes no.
Perillo, Quinn, Rahman, Roberts,
Yes.
Retigliano,
Rutigliano votes yes.
Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Beach,
Beach is a no.
Walker, Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Administrator. We'll next move to item number 3, which is Senate Bill number 10, an act concerning health insurance and patient protection. Is there a motion?
Second.
Thank you. This is a bill that comes to us from the Insurance Committee. Section 3 of the bill and Section 4 of the bill have fines or penalties in it. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment or question? If not, Madam Administrator.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 10 to JF it to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield, any affirmative?
Staffstrom,
Yes.
Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox,
Yes.
Pazino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, no.
Chicarella, DiCaprio,
Caprio, no.
Delaney,
Delaney, yes.
Dylan,
Dylan, yes.
Doucette,
Doucette, yes.
Ubitsky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Howard,
Howard, no.
Jacobson, Johnson,
Senator Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Senator Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne, Pavlock D'Amato, Perillo, Quinn, Rahman, Roberts,
Yes.
Retigliano, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Beach,
Beach is a no.
Walker, Wilson.
Again, thank you, Madam Administrator. We'll move to item number 4, which is Senate Bill number 11, an act concerning prescription drug access and affordability. Is there a motion? Moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Senator Kissel, just under the wire. Section 2 of this bill has court appeal procedure and crime. Section 3 has fines. 17 and 18 also have fines. Discussion. If not, Madam Administrator, when you are ready.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 11 to JF it to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Yes.
Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox,
Senator Gadkar Wilcox.
can you repeat your vote again, Senator Gadkar Wilcox?
Sorry. Yes, Senator Gadkar.
Pazino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, no.
Chicarella, DiCaprio,
DiCaprio, no.
Delaney,
Delaney, yes.
Dillon,
Dillon, yes.
Doucette, Dubitsky.
Doucette votes yes.
Thank you. Dubitsky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Gaston votes yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Howard,
Howard, no.
Jacobson, Johnson,
Deb Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Senator Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne, Havelock Tomato,
Pavlik Tomato votes no.
Perillo, Quinn, Rahman, Roberts,
Yes.
Vertigliano, Sims,
Sims, in the affirmative.
Veach,
Veach votes no.
Walker, Wilson.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to item number 5, Senate Bill 977, an act protecting participants in Title IX proceedings at institutions of higher education, moved by Senator Flexer and seconded by Rep. Fazzino. This bill has civil immunity for students and employees at colleges if they report sexual assault, stalking, and intimate partner violence. Is there discussion? Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill that's before us has to do with not a proceeding that goes through our regular courts, where there's a system of checks and balances and due process. It's the Title IX system that is sometimes I refer to it as the kangaroo court of our college system. All too often through this system, and you can read about this. There was a case at Central about 6 years ago where the victim was not given any rights to due process. What the bill that's before us, ostensibly on its face, is supposed to protect the victims, one who makes a complaint about a sexual assault. But until we change this system, we actually have due process through this system, and individuals are able to find out what happens to their complaint, and they're not shut out of the room, which is what happened in that Central case. The victim, she was a student at Trinity, and she was sexually assaulted, allegedly, by a well-favored athlete at Central. And Central took in that complaint. And Central did their own little proceeding, but they never gave notice to the victim or the family. The victim didn't have the opportunity to go to that tribunal and tell her story and show the pictures of her bruises. That is not a system that I support. And, Central re-victimizing that victim. They actually, the following year, that star athlete was featured on, his photo was featured on the cover of the athletic magazine for that next year. I'm here to stand up for victims. Until we change the process, that adjudicative process that goes through our college system, I can't support what's before us. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do commend the intent of the legislation, the proposed bill, excuse me. But as the OLR bill analysis points out, the Khan versus Yale case, the reason why the Supreme Court said or wrote their opinion was that they opined that the university's proceeding did not qualify as a quasi judicial proceeding because it lacked adequate procedural safeguards to ensure the reliability of statements made in the proceeding. I've actually participated in some of these proceedings, and it is not an area where our universities excel. There is not due process. There is not adequacy of hearing. There is not fair representation. Frankly, for either side. And the kangaroo court reference is unfortunately, I believe, quite accurate. Our universities are generally very good, oftentimes very good at educating. They are not good at all at adjudicating. They're horrific. And the Supreme Court in the Kahn case versus Yale, 347 Kahn 1, was right. We should not be giving immunity to statements made in that process because the procedural safeguards don't exist. And it's unfair to either side. We need to do a better job in legislating how our universities are handling these complaints because they're not doing a good job. And what I said, my concerns have become valid when we pass legislation. It's a race to complain because the first one to complain, the alleged perpetrator, is not given due process. And it's proving true. And I look forward to working with the proponents of this bill to try and address the procedural safeguards going forward with our university system because they don't do a good job of it. Our judicial branch has taken decades and decades and decades to try and do better. Our universities are just not equipped. And so we want to protect victims, but we want to make sure there's due process. And for that reason, I am going to be voting no on this, but look forward to trying to fix it if it gets through. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Senator Fluxer? Yep. I'll just say this. I think that there are some issues that need to be dealt with. I've had some experience here too. I think I don't know that I would use a blanket in terms of what happens in universities, but certainly as legislators, if we see an issue, we should involve ourselves. I'd just be a little bit careful about the way in which we describe these things. It may not be as accurate as our personal experience suggests. Madam Administrator, when you're ready, call the roll. Oh, well, sorry, I just was informed. Representative Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a brief comment to piggyback off of my rankings comments. We really need to take a look, step back, and help these victims, these people, constituent of mine. Not okay sweeping things under the rug, not allowing them to know what's going on, and quite honestly, putting some of these young men and women on pedestals when they are athletes that are important to these universities, the face of the university, face of the athletic program. Not okay. Been working on this for a few years now, and I think it's very important that we really try to push this through. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. One moment. Madam Administrator, when you're ready, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 977 to JF to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Yes.
Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, Pazino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, no.
Chicarella, DiCaprio,
Caprio, no.
Delaney,
Delaney, yes.
Dillon,
Gillen, yes.
Doucette,
Doucette, yes.
Trubisky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Howard,
Howard, no.
Jacobson, Johnson,
Senator Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Senator Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne, Havelock Tomato,
Havelock Tomato votes no.
Perillo, Quinn, Rahman, Roberts,
Yes.
Vertigliano, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Veach,
Yes.
Walker, Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Next, return to item number 7, substitute for Senate Bill number 1251. I'll entertain a motion to JF. Motion from Senator Flexer, second from Senator Kissel. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. I like this bill. I know that my friend and former colleague, Senator Lisa Seminara, worked hard on this wheelchair issue. There was a working group on the wheelchair issue. So I'm going to vote yes today to get it out of committee. But I will say that I'm concerned with this 5% margin. It seems to me a bit onerous. And I don't want to create a system where, in our zeal to protect those people that absolutely need their wheelchairs repaired and returned to them because they have no other ability to have transportation or ability to even get around and get the necessities of life, that if we make it too burdensome for repairs and for those in the field, then they may end up going out of business or just giving up. And so then, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So I'm going to vote yes, but I think that we need to revisit that portion of the bill, which may be outside of our jurisdiction, but I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom.
Thank you. Representative Fazino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our Senate ranking member for articulating a lot of the same feelings I have about this legislation. I first want to thank the proponents of this bill on the Human Services Committee, and I will be supporting this bill out of committee, out of deference to the committee of origin. But anytime you have CUPPA violations, I tend to be more on the cautious side. You're talking about deceptive, unfair, unscrupulous trade practices. And so I look at the provisions in Section 4, and I think it might be a little bit too much too soon. I know we passed some really good legislation on this particular issue in recent sessions. And what we've seen based on the market data is a very positive response from the two suppliers in the state on the legislation that we passed in recent years. So I want to be mindful of what the market is telling us and how these suppliers have responded. And so I just hope that we proceed with caution when it comes to very extraordinary remedies like CUPPA, not saying that they're not necessarily warranted in a situation like this, but I do have concerns about maybe overstepping a little too far when the market is responding very positively. So I just want to thank the proponents for their good work on this bill and for hearing some of those concerns on Section 4, and appreciate you hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Chagall.
Thank you. And I just wanted to align my comments with the good colleagues that just spoke before me. Understand that there is an issue. It does need to be addressed, but I do have the same concerns. Want to make sure that we are not going to hurt an industry and then further create problems for individuals that are affected by this bill before us. I know Senator Seminara was very passionate about this, worked really hard. So I just hope that we could continue the conversation and find a way to address both concerns without having an unintended consequence for something that does need to be addressed. Thank you.
O'Day.
So O'Day joins my colleague from the 83rd and my good senator comments that, while I understand the desire to encourage repairs more quickly, I would rather see, rather than a CUPPA violation, allowing higher reimbursement rate for something like this. Because look, we're going to drive companies out. So we're trying to encourage quicker repairs, but we're telling an industry that's, from what I heard, 89 to 90% compliant, that you're going to be able to be sued for that one time you're not, for CUPPA violation. I mean, look, I'm an attorney, and this is a great attorney's bill, but this is a horrible public policy to try and help people in wheelchairs by encouraging lawsuits to double damages and get attorney's fees. If you're a wheelchair repair company, I just think this is it's a good intending bill. It's I think it's going to have the exact opposite effect of what we want to do. And so I'm a hard no, and hoping that we can fix it before it reaches the floor of the House and the Senate. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Representative Dubitzky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fear this is another bill where good intentions are overtaken by a lack of understanding of the geography of this state. In the cities, there may be a wheelchair repair company on every corner, but when you get out into the hinterlands, they're not all that easy to find. There are very few places where you can get a wheelchair repaired in some parts of this state. And I fear that, and I don't know this, but I don't imagine they operate on very large margins. How much profit do you get fixing wheelchairs? We're not fighting against, big wheelchair here. We're fighting against apparently these little small businesses that do this work. And if we put them in a position where, let's say they get 20 wheelchair repairs in a month, and they're late on one of them, whether it's because their people were out on family and medical leave, they can't get parts due to an embargo, maybe they're imported parts, maybe there's some special repair that's needed on a given wheelchair, and they're late on one of them. Well, 1 out of 20 is 5%. Suddenly they're liable for somebody's attorney's fees. Who's going to stay in business under conditions like that? I certainly wouldn't. So I see the intent of this, but I think it's going down the wrong path. Thank you.
Representative Pavlik-Tamano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to echo the comments of my colleagues. I struggle with this as well. And as much as, of course, we want to help those who are getting around by wheelchair and as fast as possible, in the state, we have also passed laws that recently, like the Family Leave Act, and that allows for somebody to be out for 3 months. Well, you have a company repairs wheelchairs and they have, let's say, one or more than one employee that's out. And of course, if you can't find people to replace them for that temporary amount of time, well, what do you expect the company to do? And I have to say, there's other industries that are running into the same problem. There's state requirements and everybody wants their job done as fast as possible. But when you have employees who have a certain role and state requirements where you have to have a certain amount of employees or a certain type, and they can't be there and they're out for the next 3 months, I'm not sure what this state expects companies to do. So I agree. We're pushing people out when you're squeezing them in by both sides, and it's not feasible. So I will be voting no on this bill, despite I think it's good intentions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. I just as I listen to folks discuss this, I will vote in the affirmative today. I do believe that some of the things that were represented are important to take into consideration. And I would say that though the other day Representative Dubisky convinced me to change my bill because of talking about the hinterlands, he didn't succeed today, but he does have a point that resonates with me along with others. And so my hope is that those who are working on this bill, should it get out of the committee, take into account what was said here today and the fact that I think folks are legitimately concerned about the populations, but don't see this as the right way of doing it, and take that opportunity to figure out if there's a way to do it that keeps this bill alive. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 1251, a JFA to the floor. Winfield,
Bill in the affirmative.
Stavstrom,
No.
Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox,
Gadkar Wilcox, yes.
Fazino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, no.
Chicarella, DiCaprio,
Gabrielle, no.
Delaney,
Delaney, yes.
Dillon,
Dillon, yes.
Doucette,
Doucette, yes.
Dubitsky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Howard,
No.
Jacobson, Johnson, Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne,
Yes, out of committee.
Pavlock D'Amato,
Pavlock D'Amato votes no.
Perillo, Quinn, Rahman, Roberts,
Yes.
Rutigliano, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Veach,
No.
Walker, Wilson.
Thank you. We'll next turn to item number 9. And that concerning various revisions to statutes concerning the Department of Social Services. Is there a motion? Moved by Senator Lesser and seconded by Senator Flexer. This bill in section 2 deals with child support order modifications and whether or not one will automatically have those decreased. Is there a comment, question, Representative Fishbein?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you mentioned section 2. Am I to understand that section 1 is not within our cognizance to you?
Section 1 deals with courts. So I would say that it is within our cognizance. Whether that's specifically why it was referred or not, a little difficult to discern, but yes, it would be within our cognizance.
Okay, my understanding, I mean, I have some familiarity in this area presently under our law. If somebody has a foreign judgment, so let's say a child support order from a different state, and they come to Connecticut and they want to have enforcement proceedings brought either to the Board of Enforcement or they're going to do it themselves through a lawyer or the pro se, that they are required to get a certified copy of that order and have it filed with the court. What's before us on section 1 would alleviate that from happening in Connecticut. Am I reading that correctly?
I think that you are correct in your reading of the bill.
So I'm trying to ascertain, there's a representation that this section 1 brings us in line with federal law. federal law provides for the enforcement. I understand that, but states are able to put in place requirements in order to enforce. So I'm trying, I can't discern a conflict. And I guess my concern is that we've already set by public policy that you got to prove, you've got to present a certified copy to the court, and there's no fee to file these things. So I'm trying to figure out what is the public policy in not requiring that procedure. And I don't know, because unfortunately, this section, which appears to be a totally judish section, didn't have a public hearing here, so I didn't have the opportunity to ask any questions. If Mr. Chairman, you know why that public policy is being sought through section 1.
So, Representative, I will just say, in terms of the representation about the federal aspect of this, if you're referring to the conversation you and I had briefly, that I was having a conversation with you about section 2, but also just in terms of direct response to you, I believe that Senator Lesser, who I think has some involvement, has volunteered to respond to you if you be willing to hear that answer.
Since he's on that committee, I certainly have no problem with getting it from the source. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's get it from the source. Senator Lesser.
I thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will do my best. What was represented to us, this was a request from the Department of Social Services, and what was represented to us is that the Office of Child Support Services in the Administration for Children and Families, which oversees child support collection nationally, wrote a letter to Connecticut specifically requesting that this language be added to make sure that we're in compliance with federal standards, and that non-compliance with federal standards could jeopardize our ability to participate in that national program. So that was what was represented to us by DSS. We haven't been in independent conversations with the Administration for Children and Families. For you.
Thank you. Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having not seen that letter, I don't know what they're talking about, but I do look at the OLR analysis, and it does talk about it says federal law requires each state child support agency to assist another state with certain asset seizures based on overdue support, even if the underlying support order is not registered in the state which the request is made. So it appears that under federal law, there is lack of that requirement. And I'm just trying to figure out, we can always have a more stringent, why that is good public policy to not have that, because the concern is that, you know, these things are enforced through magistrate court in Connecticut, usually. So now the magistrate court doesn't have a certified copy of the foreign judgment in their file. They're relying upon whatever is in the file. And then they're issuing an order. And now that order, the individual who has the benefit of that order is in Massachusetts. So now Connecticut is entangled in this order, not based upon a certified copy of the document. This should have gone through our committee. I would have liked to have been able to speak with the proponent, and I still don't understand what the need is. But Mr. Chairman, moving on to section 2, my understanding is, you know, we talk about victims a lot on this committee, and under our law, if someone is incarcerated, it is a presumption that they cannot pay their child support, and there is a termination of that order. However, there is a carve out under our law that says that if the incarceration is as a result of a crime perpetrated upon the child or the mother of, well, the other parent of the child, we'll say, because it is sex neutral, that it is not terminated. And my understanding is that what Section 2 does is those victims, it would also terminate those orders. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
I don't think the section makes a distinction to you, Representative Fishbach. Yes.
I'm just looking back at the language. Specifically, Section 2 is removing the clause that says
Rep. Fishbach, I guess what I was saying was between the two groups that were in your question, it doesn't make a distinction. So yes.
Okay, so while public policy in Connecticut presently is that it was a child support order and an individual is incarcerated, it is terminated unless the incarceration is as a result of a crime perpetrated upon the child or the other parent of the child. What's before us in Section 2 would be to eliminate that requirement to pay child support, even if they went to jail for a crime perpetrated upon the child or the other parent. Is that fair?
Yes, I believe your understanding is correct. And should you want it, I believe there's another source on the committee that had wanted to respond to your previous question and may be willing to respond to this question, and Representative Gilchrist.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so the Department of Social Services they actually received the letter about this provision from the federal government. So federal law doesn't allow states to treat, or federal law requires states to treat incarceration as voluntary unemployment. And so an incarcerated individual must be eligible for downward modification. And so we are out of compliance currently in the state of Connecticut by having a law that prevents downward modification for those who have been convicted of family violence. At the end of the day, though, the judge would still have discretion. So a judge could determine to allow or not allow downward modification, but we are out of compliance with federal law because we have that in statute at this point. Thank you.
Representative Fishbach.
Thank you. Do we know who did this letter go to through you?
Representative Gilchrist.
This letter went to the Department of Social Services. There's 3 different agencies in the state of Connecticut that have oversight over child support enforcement through you.
Representative Fishbach.
Do we know why that letter never got, I expect that the chairs of this committee never got that letter. Do we know the reason why it was apparently never forwarded to the leadership of this committee?
Representative Gilchrist.
Probably just an oversight and bills moving back and forth, but we did receive it in the Human Services Committee, and I'd be happy to get it to the clerk to be able to share with the entire committee.
Representative Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly I've argued it plenty of times. Follow the federal law, right? Unfortunately, you can't do that when you pick and choose. So we're going to do that or we're not going to do that. And I could cite many examples, marijuana and immigration, just off the top of my head. Ultimately, when federal law comes into conflict with state law, federal law trumps. The public policy, though, that underlies where we are, having a lot of trouble wrapping my arms around it. So I look forward to seeing that letter, and perhaps I'll change my mind once I see that letter and I will do the research. And perhaps my mind would be thinking differently about this as we sit here today if it had gone through the correct committee process. But as we sit here right now, I think I'm forced to vote against. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Pavlak D'Amato's hand still up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to well, agree with the good Representative Gilchrist. I sit on the Child Support Guidelines Committee, and although this, of course, was legislation that I was strongly against years ago, my understanding as well of the federal law is that any distinction in the downward modification of child support for incarcerated individuals is a violation of federal law. And so we have to, if we're going to change that, I think it has to be done at the federal level. Right now, I believe we are facing a reduction of our TANF block grant and other, I think, financial implications and penalties if we don't change this legislation. So again, it's something to reach out to your Congress people about if you want change. So I will be supporting it today out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Dea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my ranking member, and I also want to thank the good senator from the 9th district and the good representative from the 18th in explaining why we're changing sections 1 and 2. I am now a yes on the bill for that explanation, and I do appreciate it. And I thank the good ranking member for bringing out that if we're going to follow federal law, which we should do it on everything, whether it's men and women's sports or compliance with these regulations in this bill. So I'm going to change my vote to a yes, and I thank the good members of this committee in educating me. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further comment, question from members of the committee? Further comment, question? If not, Representative Fishbone for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just going back to section 1, I looked at the testimony before Human Services, and I didn't know, because I'm looking at the OLR analysis, and this does talk about the judicial branch being able to deal with these non-certified orders. Does anyone know whether or not the judicial branch even knows that this is going on? I saw nothing in the system to that effect.
I can't represent a yes or a no to that question, Representative. I don't know if the members of the committee can. Doesn't look like they can answer that question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Madam Administrator, when you're ready.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 1359 to JF it to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom, Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, Pazino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, yes.
Chicarella, DiCaprio, Delaney,
Delaney, yes.
Dillon,
Dillon votes yes.
Doucette,
Doucette, yes.
Trubisky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Hillcrest, Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Howard,
Howard, no.
Jacobson, Johnson, Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Senator Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne, Havelock D'Amato,
Havelock D'Amato votes yes.
Perillo, Quinn, Rahman, Roberts.
Yes.
Roberts is a yes.
Thank you. Retigliano,
Retigliano votes yes.
Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Veach. Yes.
Walker, Wilson,
Thank you. Next is number 10, an act establishing disaster savings accounts and a related tax deduction and credit. Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Senator Flexer. This establishes civil penalties and waives the penalties on withdrawal. Is a discussion. Is there a discussion? Not, Madam Administrator?
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 1401 to JF it to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Savstrom,
Yes.
Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, Pazino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, yes.
Chicarella, DiCaprio, Delaney,
Delaney, yes.
Dillon,
Dillon, yes.
Doucette,
Doucette, yes.
Drubitsky,
Yes.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Howard,
Howard, yes.
Jacobson, Johnson, Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Marr,
Senator Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne, Pavlik D'Amato,
Pavlik D'Amato votes yes.
Perillo, Quinn, Rahman,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Rutigliano, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Veach,
Yes.
Walker, Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Item 11, an act implementing artificial intelligence protections for employees. Is there a motion? Second. Moved by Senator Flexer, seconded by Representative Pazino. This bill establishes a cause of action in its fifth section. Is there discussion? Representative O'Day.
Thank you. I know that the reason it was referred to us is because of section 5, but I just, in order to understand the potential penalty, just so I understand, in section 3, it talks about, where did it go? I'm sorry. Does the penalty apply? So the penalty does not apply to section 1 in reading it. So I guess that I just answered my own question, Mr. Chair. So it looks as though we're now allowing through section 5 attorney's fees against the employer for violation of sections 3 and 4. I just have a problem. But isn't it fair to say, Mr. Chair, that aren't employees entitled to attorney's fees for discrimination as it is under current law through you?
Representative Stasha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, my understanding is they are, and that this language is similarly modeled through.
Representative O'Day.
I guess my problem is I'm just trying to understand why we're putting this in. If they're already allowed, what am I missing? I guess I'm going to vote a no to flag it to understand better why we're adding in the section 5. When it, as I understand it, the attorney's fees and damages are to be allowed under current law in section 3, but maybe we could talk about it more afterwards. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another problem with section 5, quite frankly, is it's unclear whether or not the attorney's fees provision is mandated. The only may that appears in that provision has to do with whether or not you can bring an action. It says may bring a civil action in Superior Court to recover damages and equitable relief together with costs and reasonable attorney's fees. Usually, we're dealing with attorney's fees at the very nth we say they may get attorney's fees, right? We leave the discretion upon. One could interpret this that there is no break. Because this is written totally differently than we usually write these provisions in this committee. I've always been a proponent of balanced attorney's fees provisions if there's going to be one at all. But this is not written properly. Certainly not written in line with what we usually do on this committee, and therefore I have to oppose. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Stastrom.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'll support the bill today because, as I mentioned, I don't think it extends the available remedy, as opposed to a bill we talked about earlier today, where essentially you were allowing a CUTPA violation, which is punitive damages, attorney's fees, et cetera. I think this is just you bring a civil action, you prevail, there's a fee shift in it, okay, that's what we do on employment discrimination claims. I do suggest, though, to the proponents of this, that as this bill moves forward, a better way to draft this bill, frankly, would be to just strike Section 5 and instead refer back to our existing employment discrimination statute under 46A-64, something like that, somewhere in there. But I think that's stronger. It incorporates the existing case law. It has the venue provisions and the attorney's fees provisions. And so like I said, I'll vote for this today. But I do hope the language gets cleared up, because I think the intent is right, but it's just not drafted well. Through you.
Thank you, Representative Stastrom, and I would like to align myself with your comments. Any further comments or questions from members of the committee? Now, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 1484 to JF to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Stafstrom, Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, Pizzino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, no.
Chicarella, DiCaprio,
Caprio, no.
Delaney,
Delaney, yes.
Dillon,
Dillon, yes.
Doucette,
Doucette, yes.
Dubitsky,
Yes.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Howard,
Howard, no.
Jacobson, Johnson,
Johnson votes yes.
Khan,
Helen Caller.
Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne, Pavlock D'Amato,
Pavlock D'Amato votes no.
Perillo, Quinn, Rahman, Roberts,
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Bertigliano, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Beach,
No.
Walker, Wilson.
Wilson votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. I believe we are on item number 12, Senate Bill number 1514, and that concerning curbside voting accessibility for electors with disabilities or incapacities. Is there a motion? Moved by Senator Flexer, seconded by Representative Fishbein. This expands actions that are Class C misdemeanor. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 1514, JF to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Stafstrom, Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, Pizzino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, yes.
Chigarella, DiCaprio,
Yes.
Delaney,
Delaney, yes.
Dillon,
Dillon, yes.
Doucette,
Doucette, yes.
Dubitsky,
Yes.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Howard,
Howard, yes.
Jacobson, Johnson,
Deb Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne, Pavlock Tomato,
Pavlock Tomato votes yes.
Perillo, Quinn, Rahman, Roberts,
Yes.
Vertigliano, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Beach,
Yes.
Walker, Wilson,
Wilson votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. And for the final item on the agenda today, which is number 13, Senate Bill number 1516, an act concerning the Secretary of State's recommendations related to voting and elections in this state. Is there a motion?
So move.
Moved by Senator Flexer, seconded by Senator Kissel, never representative, sorry. Is there discussion? Representative Fish, sorry about that. Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll just note, I had drafted up JFS language on this. I think LCO has it. We're not going to call it, but we will file it on the system to get called on the floor. I know there was some concerns from the judicial branch on how this bill was written, which were, I think, well-founded. And so I'll file that amendment and look for that to get called on the Senate floor so that those changes get incorporated before this runs.
Thank you, Representative Staffstrom. Is there further discussion, comment, question? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I note that it appears that the same exact language that was in item 12 that we just voted on appears in item number 13. So I inquire as to why it appears in both places. Item 12 is a standalone bill. And I'm just not, usually on this committee, we don't do things like that, just trying to inquire as to why that would happen.
I don't have an answer. If there's someone who has an answer and willing to, that would be great. If not, Senator Flexer.
Thank you. I appreciate the question. So there was an individual proponent for the language in the bill we just voted on in 1514. And this was also a recommendation that the Secretary of the State included in her package that she sent to us. And so that's why it's in both bills.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further comment or question from members of the committee? Representative O'Day.
I know it's trying to area of cognizance. I mean, I'm leaning towards what exactly is the reason why this is before us through you?
Thank you, Representative O'Day. It is my understanding that there's a penalty that brings this before us.
On at 590.
One second. If you'll remember the conversation that just happened about part of the last bill being in this bill.
Yep.
The same cognizance that, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Absolutely. Happy to get any answers any of us can get for each other. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, when you are ready.
roll call vote on Senate Bill 1516 to JF to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Yeah.
Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox,
Gadkar Wilcox is yes.
Pizino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, no.
Chicarella, DiCaprio,
DiCaprio, no.
Delaney,
Delaney, affirmative.
Dillon,
Dillon, yes.
Doucette,
Doucette, yes.
Trubisky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Howard,
Howard votes no.
Jacobson, Johnson, Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne, Pablock Tomato, Perillo,
Pablock Tomato votes no.
thank you. Perillo, Quinn, Raman,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Tigliano,
Tigliano votes no.
Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Beach,
No.
Walker, Wilson.
Wilson votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Just for the information of committee members, the votes will remain open until 2:30. So you have until 2:30 to get your votes in, should you have missed any. Thank you for joining us today, and we'll see you soon because this is the Judiciary Committee and we will have more bills.
Hi, Kristen. Kirsten, you going back to your office? Or did you want to get it over with?
Okay, 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you great.
All right, perfect. All right, Representative, for Senate Bill 1,
I'm a
item
yes.
number 1. All right, yes. For Senate Bill number 2, item number 2.
I think I
Oh,
voted on
you're a
that one.
yes. You did.
Yeah.
Number 10, how do you want to vote on Senate Bill 10?
I'm a no.
Okay. For Senate Bill number 11,
I'm a no.
977,
No.
1251,
Yes.
1359, I have you. 1401,
Yes.
1484.
That's the only one I didn't listen to today. Well, tentative no.
Okay. 1514.
Yes.
And then I've got you on the last one, 1516. Okay.
I appreciate your patience. You have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
All right.
Representative Roberts?
I think I only missed like one, I believe.
So Senate Bill 1, how would you like to vote?
Yes.
Senate, let's see. I think it might be the only one, but let me just. Yeah, that was it. Yep,
Thank
that's
you.
it. Thank you. Senator Gadkar Wilcox?
Hi there. I think I missed a couple.
Okay, for Senate Bill number 1, how would you like to vote?
Yes.
Okay, for 2, I got you for 10. For Senate Bill 11, I had trouble hearing you. How do you want to?
Yes.
Vote? Okay. 977?
Yes.
1359.
Yes.
1401?
Yes.
1484?
Yes.
1514?
Yes.
And then I've got you for 1516. You're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Representative Dillon?
Yes, Madam Clerk, I think I just missed the
Uh,
item number 1.
All right, so for Senate Bill number 1, how would you like to vote?
In the affirmative.
Okay, and then 1 second, let me just double check while I have you. You are all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your courtesy this time.
Of course. Representative Wilson?
Hello.
All right, for Senate Bill number 1, how would you like to vote?
In the affirmative.
Senate Bill number 2?
In the affirmative.
Senate Bill 10?
In the affirmative.
11?
In the affirmative.
977?
In the affirmative.
1251?
In the affirmative.
1359?
In the affirmative.
1401?
In the affirmative.
And then 1484. I've got you. And I have you for the rest. You're all set.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. Have a good one. Representative Johnson?
Hey, good morning. How are you? Or
Good, and
afternoon?
yourself?
Good, thanks.
Okay, for Senate Bill 1251.
1251, I'm a yes.
Okay, 1359,
1359, I'm a yes as well.
1401,
1401 is a yes.
1484. I've got you. And then I
Yeah,
think you're all set. I think that was everything. Oh, no. And then for 1516.
that's right, the last one. Yes, I'm a yes on that.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you so much.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Senator Gaskin.
Hello there. How are you?
Good, and yourself?
I'm good. I think I may have missed the first 2 or so.
All right, so for Senate Bill number 1, how do you want to vote?
Yes.
Okay, Senate Bill 2, I have you, so let me just double check and get you for the rest. I think I do. Yep, you're all set.
Thank you so much. You take care.
You too.
Bye.
Representative Havok D'Amato?
I think it's just SB 10.
Yep, how would you like to vote?
No.
Okay, and let me just double check. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. Have a good one. Senator Rahman, if you're still there. Senator,
Hi,
how are you?
good. How are you?
Good, good. All right, so
Yeah,
we skipped 2 items.
I think I missed you. I just want to continue with the Senate Chair supporting them.
All right, so for Senate Bill number 1, how would you like to vote?
As long as the Senate chair voted yes, all the
Yes, he
bill,
did.
yes,
All
yes,
right. Senate Bill 2, Senate Chair voted yes.
yes,
For Senate Bill 10, he voted yes as well.
yes,
For Senate Bill 11, he voted yes.
yes,
For 977, he voted yes.
yeah,
For 1251, he voted yes.
yes,
Okay. And then I think I might have gotten a few of those. Let's just confirm. Oh, no. And then for 1514, he voted yes.
yes, yes,
And then 1516, I've got you. All right, you're all set. Thank you so much.
yes. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Of course, take care.
Appreciate it.
the dog shit stuff.
Yeah.
I guess for me, it's experience and
Hi, Representative.
Hey, Kristen, how you doing?
Hello.
I almost said Kristen. Did you hear it?
You
I
know,
heard
I will respond,
Co-
regardless of what my signature says.
I veered off the edge
Yeah.
and got myself
You
back.
felt it. Yeah. Yep. I respect that.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Senate Bill 1, how do you want to vote?
I will vote yes.
Okay. Senate Bill 2,
Yes. Let's get it out.
Senate Bill 10,
Yes. Did you vote no? You didn't vote no. Anything. I'm talking to Jack Fazino.
no, 11.
Representative Fazino.
Hey, KB.
Hey,
Hi, Kirsten.
Careerston.
again, I'll answer to it. Senate Bill 11,
Yes.
977,
Yes.
1251,
Yes.
1359,
Yes.
1401,
Yes.
1484,
Yes.
1514,
Yes.
and then 1516.
Yes. I really did my job today.
Yes, you're all
Yeah.
set.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Have a good one.
You too.
Hi, Senator.
Hello, how are
Hello.
you? Sorry, let me
Okay.
just change my name there on the thing.
All right, so we skipped over items 6 and 8 today.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else on the agenda, well, everything on the agenda was JF. There was no amendments or anything.
Yep.
Senate Bill 1, how would you like to vote?
It's a no.
2,
No,
10,
no,
11,
no,
977,
no,
1251,
no.
1359,
Yes,
1401,
yes,
1484,
no,
1514,
yes,
and then 1516.
yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the best.
That was easy. Thanks, Kirsten.
Have a good one.
You too.
Hi, Representative.
Oh,
Can you hear me okay?
yeah, I can hear you.
Great. Thanks for jumping back on. I appreciate
Thank you
it.
for letting Dorothy know, but I thought you went on. I thought you got me.
Yeah, you were on, and then we had it was audio was kind of tricky today with a few people, so I appreciate you. So for Senate Bill 1359, how did you want to vote?
Gonna be a yes on that one.
Okay. For 1401,
That's item number 10. That would be a yes.
okay, and then the other one was 1514.
And that would be a yes for
All right,
item
perfect.
number
You're all
12.
set.
Okay, I probably should have checked with you. So, all
No,
right.
no, don't worry about it. You, like you said, I mean, you were there, you were present, and you were spot. It was weird today. So
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Take care.
All right.
Hi, Cindy. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good, good. All right, so we skipped over items 6 and 8 today. Everything on the agenda though today went JF. No S language anywhere. No amendments.
Great.
Um,
Okay.
for Senate Bill 1, how would you like to vote?
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Senate Bill 2,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
10,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
11,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
977,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
1251,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
1359,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
1401,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
1484,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
1514,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
and then 1516.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good day. Thank
You
you.
too.
Bye.
Hello,
Hi, Representative. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Not too bad. Okay, so for today, we skipped over item 6 and 8 and everything was JF.
Great.
Okay,
I'll
for
vote.
Senate,
I will vote. Do you want to go line by line, or do you want me to
either way,
just
what's best for you?
yes on everything, please?
Okay, all right, you're all set.
Thank you kindly. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
Senator.
I'm coming. Things are a little slow today.
No worries. Got you right at the deadline here. This is perfect. Can you hear me okay?
Let's get my video up. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, so everything was JF today. We skipped items 6 and 8. So I'll start at the top. Senate Bill 1. How would you like to vote?
Hello.
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Senator?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I
Can you hear
can't.
me? Austin, can you hear me? Can you jump on and take your vote if you can't? See if you can hear me.
I'm gonna need to turn it up.
Hang on. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, that's my fault.
Okay, you can hear
I
me?
do it every time. Nope, you're good.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we skipped 6 and 8. A JF is everything. Senate Bill 1. How would you like to vote?
Yes,
Okay. Senate Bill 2,
yes.
10,
Yes, definitely.
11,
Yes.
977.
Where was 977? Is that on?
Number 5 is Title 9. The higher ed. Title 9 proceedings at institutions of higher ed.
Yes,
1251,
yes,
1359,
yes.
1401,
We did that one. That was number 10.
number 10. Yep. How would you like to vote?
Oh, we didn't vote that. Yes,
1484,
yes,
1514,
yes,
and 1516.
yes.
Okay, we're all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye. You